Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Pullman Bandung Grand Central. Thank you for choosing our venue. My name is Ariel Hutama from Secretary Department. I will provide you with important information regarding safety and security during your time here. Currently, we are on second floor in Jasmine Junior Ballroom. This building is equipped with safety fire system, including smoke detector, sprinklers, and hydrant. Please also be aware, Pullman Bandung Grand Central is surrounded by three main roads: Diponegoro Street, Majapahit Street, and Surapati Street. In the event of emergency, please remain calm. Our emergency response team will assist you and guide you to the assembly point within gazebo field. For your information, there is no evacuation drill today. However, if the alarm sounds and you are instructed to evacuate, please follow our emergency response team direction without panic. Please note, this room is a non-smoking area, so you wish to smoke. We have a designated room smoking area located outside to the left of the glass door. The restrooms are located outside this room. Simply exit, go straight, and you will find them in the left corner behind the ballroom. Thank you for your attention. I wish you all a pleasant day.
Waktu Anda untuk menonton video ini hingga selesai untuk mendapatkan informasi secara lengkap, sehingga prosedur keamanan dan keselamatan ini sepenuhnya Anda pahami. Prosedur dan tindakan pencegahan kami sangat penting untuk keselamatan Anda dalam keadaan darurat dan bencana. Mari kita mulai. Anda wajib mengetahui semua fitur keamanan kami. Rambu-rambu menuju ke pintu keluar darurat dapat ditemukan di sudut-sudut yang telah ditentukan pada setiap blok bangunan gedung kami. Mohon mencari rambu pintu keluar darurat seperti ini. Pintu keluar darurat tersebut akan membawa Anda ke jalur evakuasi darurat yang akan membawa Anda ke area titik berkumpul. Dalam situasi darurat, ada 6 titik berkumpul darurat yang utama yang akan mengarahkan Anda ke final assembly point yang berada di lapangan gazebo. Tanda titik berkumpul darurat pertama berada di depan pintu keluar lobi Pullman Bandung Grand Central. Titik berkumpul darurat kedua berada di depan pintu keluar Pullman Bandung International Convention Center. Titik berkumpul darurat ketiga, area berada di depan pintu keluar Gastro Market di lantai dasar. Titik berkumpul darurat keempat berada di depan pintu masuk kawasan Grand Central di Jalan Diponegoro. Titik berkumpul darurat kelima berada di depan loading dock area Jalan Diponegoro. Titik berkumpul darurat keenam berada di depan pintu masuk di Jalan Surapati. Dari titik kumpul ini, kami akan mengarahkan Anda menuju titik kumpul terakhir yang berada di lapangan gazebo. Fasilitas dan peralatan keselamatan dan keamanan untuk kondisi darurat yang kami punya berstandar internasional dan dapat ditemukan di setiap blok bangunan gedung, termasuk pemindai asap dan panas, serta sprinkler air untuk memadamkan api, hidran dan selang pemadam api, alat pemadam kebakaran, kotak pertolongan pertama darurat, dan beberapa pintu keluar gedung darurat selain dari pintu keluar utama. Pullman dan ICIUS Styles Bandung Grand Central telah menyiapkan fitur dan prosedur standar keamanan untuk tamu dalam kondisi yang darurat agar tamu tetap aman. Prosedur keamanan dalam keadaan darurat yang telah ditentukan adalah sebagai berikut. Alarm pemberitahuan akan aktif dalam 4 bahasa untuk keadaan darurat, yaitu bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, bahasa Cina, dan bahasa Jepang. Tim tanggap darurat akan membantu semua tamu untuk evakuasi ke area yang aman. Pihak keamanan akan membantu tamu ke titik berkumpul darurat terdekat. Penyelia housekeeping akan berjaga di setiap koridor gedung dan jalur pejalan kaki untuk membantu tamu menunjukkan jalur evakuasi ke titik berkumpul darurat terdekat. Manajer restoran akan berjaga di depan restoran masing-masing untuk membantu tamu mencapai titik berkumpul darurat terdekat. Dan manajer front office akan bersiaga di lobi untuk mengarahkan semua tamu menuju titik kumpul terakhir dan memastikan semua tamu dalam keadaan aman. Kami terhubung dengan Dinas Pemadam Kebakaran dan Kepolisian 24 jam untuk memastikan Anda akan tetap aman di dalam keadaan darurat. Dalam kondisi darurat, Anda harus tenang dan sadar sepenuhnya dan lakukan langkah-langkah berikut. Tenang dan jangan panik, tinggalkan kamar segera, bawa hanya barang berharga, tutup pintu kamar Anda, jangan gunakan lift atau eskalator pada saat keadaan darurat atau bencana alam. Ikutilah arahan dari tim penyelamat darurat atau rambu evakuasi yang menuju ke titik berkumpul darurat. Grand Ballroom dan Junior Ballroom adalah ruang multiguna yang paling utama di area convention center kami. Kedua ballroom kami tersebut dilengkapi dengan peralatan keselamatan dan keamanan untuk kondisi darurat yang berstandar internasional. Rute evakuasi ballroom. Dalam kondisi darurat, Anda diharapkan untuk keluar gedung melalui pintu keluar utama convention center atau pintu keluar darurat, menuju ke titik kumpul di depan Pullman Bandung International Convention Center. Anda akan diarahkan oleh tim tanggap darurat kami yang mengenakan rompi oranye seperti ini menuju jalur evakuasi. Rute evakuasi area parkir. Apabila Anda sedang berada di area parkir pada saat kondisi darurat, Anda diharapkan untuk keluar gedung melalui jalur masuk atau keluar kendaraan roda 2 menuju ke titik kumpul di depan pintu masuk arah Jalan Surapati, atau melalui jalur keluar kendaraan roda 4 menuju ke titik kumpul di depan pintu masuk kawasan Grand Central di Jalan Diponegoro. Terima kasih Anda telah meluangkan waktu untuk menonton video penjelasan mengenai prosedur keamanan dan keselamatan diri saat terjadi keadaan darurat dan bencana. Selamat menikmati kunjungan Anda di Pullman dan IB Styles, Bandung Grand Central.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed participants, we are now beginning the 20th International Conference of Intelligent Unmanned Systems, ICIUS 2024, in Bandung, Indonesia. Wonderful morning we have here. My name is Kayla Aurelia, here today on behalf of Institut Teknologi Bandung as the co-organizer of this event. And I stand before you here today alongside Dr. Agus Budiono, ICIUS Vice President and the General Chairman of this event.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you again. So I think this is the 20th meeting we met. I remember we started 20 years ago, of course, in Seoul, Korea. The first ICIUS, the name is ICEST, if I remember correctly, International Conference on Emerging Science Technology, and Professor Park was the chairman. And then the second conference, 2006, is ITF, International Conference on Technology, ICTF, Conference on Fusion Technology, okay. And then 2007, we moved to Bali. And then the name was changed to International Conference on Intelligent Unmanned System. So this is the 20th, a long journey It's quite fulfilling. Okay, we enjoy every meeting because we connect the dots between the helixes, the pentahelix, academic, business, government, community, and the media. And today is not the exception. Okay, so it's amazing process, right?
That's
and
correct.
amazing interaction. And let me also continue that from Seoul to Tokyo, from Singapore to Rajasthan, we all get together and meet excellent innovators, dedicated researchers, and we are quite happy to be here today.
That's great. That's great. Indeed, we have esteemed researchers and scientists here today with us under one roof from over 15 countries.
Yes, and also let's also remember that we moved to Bali 3 times, and in China 2 times, in Beijing, 3 times, Nanjing, Beijing, and Xi'an. And this year we briefly moved to Bandung. Okay, and Bandung is a special city, right? So how about that?
Yes, it is. That's true. That's true. As with Institut Teknologi Bandung, which happens to be my home institution.
Okay.
Today. So we're celebrating 20 years of ICIUS. So we're not just reflecting on our past achievements, but we're also looking forward to the future towards the next big breakthroughs in robotics, AI, intelligent unmanned systems, and the like. Might I just say, this conference is a testament to how far we've come and a glimpse into what we might do next.
Yes, of course. We talk always about advanced technologies from drones in the aerial, underwater, ground, and space domains. So I started the journal ICIUS, International Journal of Intelligent Unmanned System, in 2013. If you check the website of the journal, we define unmanned system not only aerial, ground, and underwater, but also space. So the missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles or rocketry,
That's true.
is included in that domain. So if you look at the corridors, you can see some of the drones, various UAVs for different applications, and also the underwater drones. Okay, and Professor Koirul from Telkom University also promoted some advanced ICT technology. These are the telecommunication technology for the high-speed train. So we are doing the latest technology in our ICIUS, and let's not forget that I believe all the presidents, former president of ICIUS, have been always the leader in the realm of unmanned system. Professor Yoon is not here, but he is the holder of the smallest fixed wing UAV, held by him, and he is the 4th president, and the 2nd president, Professor Nonami, is the holder of the smallest rotary wing UAV. It's very small. It's just in the tip of your.
In the palm of your hands.
Yes, that's true. So yeah, it's a very beautiful journey for all of us, and hopefully we can keep our friendship by using this event.
Fantastic, fantastic. So without further ado, we might as well start our opening ceremony of ICIUS 2024. But before we dive into our keynote session, we will, I think, sing the national anthem of Indonesia.
Indonesia Raya.
Yes, Indonesia Raya.
Let's sing together. Please, all participants, if you can stand up and honor our national anthem. Okay, please sit down again.
Thank you. As we all, technology and innovation are increasingly integral to growth and development of sectors. And who better to address this than the Minister of Tourism and Creative Industry of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now honor the speech of Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, who will deliver it for us today through video.
Distinguished guests, honored participants, and esteemed colleagues. I'm Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, Indonesia's Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy. Honored to address the International Conference on Intelligent Unmanned Systems, ICIUS 2024, as we celebrate its 20th anniversary. I'm excited about the potential for synergy between technology and tourism, two crucial sectors of our modern economy. The Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy is driving creativity through Apresiasi Kreasi Indonesia and Karisma Event Nusantara, which boosts skill in crafts, fashion, and the arts across 16 Indonesian districts, while CAN, the events, promotes our cultural heritage through high-quality events that support local communities. ICIUS 2024 offers a unique chance to integrate technologies like the metaverse, VR, and AR into these initiatives. These advancements can enhance our tourism appeal and stimulate economic growth. By harnessing insights from this conference, we can elevate our tourism and creative economy. Thank you, and I look forward to the innovations that will emerge from ICIUS 2024.
Okay, now we would like to start the keynote speaker sessions. I would like to call to move forward Professor Yomin Zhang as the moderator of the plenary talk that will be given by Mr. Budiman Sujatmiko. Okay, please come forward to introduce the speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Yomin Zhang. I'm a professor from Concordia University in Canada. So I was a former president of the Professor Park. So it's my great honor and a great pleasure come to Bandung, first time actually, but not the first time in Indonesia. So yeah, so it's my great honor to hold the first keynote speaker by Professor Phil, right? So just read that quickly. I didn't have a chance to read that about in the beginning. So the Professor Phil, so the professor summary is as Bellman's, yeah, it's even not easy for me to pronounce that name. Is distinguished Indonesia activities, politicians, and innovator, recognized for his unwavering commitment to democracy, social justice, and technology advancement. His extensive work in Indonesia's political landscape and his advocacy for innovation-based industry have made him a key feature in shaping the country's future. Please welcome to Dr. Phil to the stage for the wonderful keynote to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Good morning, everybody. The participants of the International Conference on Intelligent Unmanned System. It's great honor for me. Thanks to Professor Agus Budiono, who initiated this conference in Bandung, and attended by the participants from many countries, many institutions, be it academic or non-academic, profit or non-profit. Also, Professor Guo, Pak Henry, Bu Aziza, Prof. Firdaus, and then other participants. I have to admit, I'm not an engineer in the strict sense, in the literal sense, but maybe I can consider myself as what I call ecosystem builder. I'm more concerned about how to build the ecosystem for transformation. I have to admit that I have 5 obsessions in my life to create change, to create transformation, transforming Indonesia and society for more liberty, more equal, more progress, more sovereign, and more sustainable. That's my idea about how the ecosystem should be built and how society should achieve through technology, through science, and through cultural activities. That's why my presentation mostly focus on how to apply and to implement technology to transform the society. Building transformative industry from the villages through modern village-owned enterprises and cooperative ecosystem. This is my topics. So we have to create what we call digital ecosystem. Digital ecosystem as the environment, vibrant environment for innovation from village to urban. I would like to emphasize that there is a change, there's a transformation and transition in digital economy architecture in the world. I quoted from Norway about the transition on how to implement digital transformation that in the last few years changed from service-based to experience-based. How the digital transformation technology transform people and enhance people's capacity from being served by technology, digital technology, based stimulating human senses, eye, ear, or skin. That the states of the human being served through the surface-based digital technology, just like Twitter, YouTube, or any kind of technology. But now, at the moment, human being not only being served by service base of digital economy or technology, but also experiencing, involving all the senses of human being, including our cognition, our cognitive process. The invention of LLM, ChatGPT, metaverse, transforming human being to experience as if you are living in the new realm, digital realm. our senses, our cognitive process. Not only our hand, not only our eyes, or our ears, but the whole experience of our senses, our cognitive process. Being in the digital realm, being in the metaverse, for example, we get a sense of being in the new realm. So the transformation from services to experiences is very revolutionary transformation. We don't know what's the ultimate or final destination for this transition. But I can make it sure that this is quite threatening in a way for our existence as human beings. That's why some universities in Oxford, in Cambridge, as far as I know, they also set up, I forgot the name, the Existential Risk Institute, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, in Oxford. Nick Bostrom, and then, I don't know, Max Tegmark from MIT as well. So this is the revolution that we are expressing nowadays. But of course, make it more grounded by putting this phenomenon to our ecosystem. Actually, by creating digital ecosystem in our country, in Indonesia, for example, we should involve the three components of digital ecosystems. DNA, device, network, and applications. The simple indicators that a country leading the initiatives of this digital transformation can be measured by how far, how big our control to build the component, device component, the hardware one. That's why we know it influencing also the geopolitical tension nowadays about chip, about semiconductor, because this is the very core of digital ecosystem, the device. But as a developing countries, Indonesia, mostly what so-called digital natives, what so-called digital expert in developing countries like Indonesia, mostly they focus on a component, applications. It's good, that's fine, but I think the coming geopolitical, geoeconomic tensions basically started from the device industry. Okay. We know that Taiwan playing the important role because they have the biggest semiconductor factory. The problem is how we Indonesia, as a developing country, can make a profound transformation economically to participate in this digital transformation globally. And if we want to achieve the transformation, the industrial transformation, we should make it sure that the orange circle, brain and brand, supposed to be our core components for this digital transformation or economic transformation as a whole. As a developing country, most of our economic activity in the last 78 years of our history since our independence mostly started from raw materials and production at best. Just only in the last 10 years, our government focused more on logistics by building seaport, airport, highway, roads. But in the last, maybe in the 50 or 60 years, most of our economic activities based on extractive industry, raw materials, and production. Only in the last 10 years, we focus on logistics. But to face the coming challenges, we should invest more on brain and brand. And the digital intervention technology, the digital technology can intervene in each stage. In brand, of course, building AI, cloud computing, human-computer interface, be it invasive or non-invasive. The function of the digital intervention in the brain sector, in the brain states, is to create and to stimulate idea, imagination, and to trigger the innovation. Increasing productivity, more accurate data processing. If we intervene the raw materials states by digital technology, AI, IoT, drone, this is very relevant to our topics, IoT, drone, robotics, cloud computing. The function in the raw material stage is for data collection and processing and reducing the risk of hazardous work. And the production, data collection, more effective and precise work, automation. And logistic, data collection, increasing logistic and distribution volume. And brand, AI, social media, human-computer interface, increasing market potential, exploitation of user experience. The consumers, the people, human being experiencing the new realm of digital universe, metaverse. Even let the machine to think for us, to write down the article for us on behalf of us, just like ChatGPT. So this is the stages. This is the issue should focus on. Sorry, I should more. Okay, I would like to give you an example illustration, the dilemma of Indonesia as a developing country. Actually, in the world, there are two approaches to make digital transformation, be it corporate-driven or state-driven. There are two components to make technological transformation: technological readiness level and demand readiness level. We've been trying during 70s and 90s to increase our TRL, technological readiness level, by building aircraft industry. But the problem is there is no compatibility between TRL and DRL. TRL during New Order regime in 70s, 80s, mostly sponsored by state. BPIS, strategic industry. But DRL, we leave it to the market. So no compatibility between TRL legs and DRL legs. Why United States or European Union succeed in making digital or technological transformation? Because the compatibility between TRL and DRL, both driven by private corporation. Another alternative, another route is just like China, state-driven innovation. TRL, DRL driven by state. And we've been thinking, how can we cope with this one? If we copy United States, the economic cost is too high. We need the good, strong universities. We need to have big and gigantic private company, Google, Tesla, etc., etc. It takes years, it takes ages, it takes centuries even. If you want to copy United States or European Union way, the cost is too heavy also copy China. Because the political cost is too heavy. We should limit our liberty. We should restrict our liberty in a way. It's effective, it's efficient. In the last 50 years, China can compete and to some extent surpass United States. Even according to the Australian Research Center, last year, out of 44 critical technology in the world, China become the number one in 37, 44, according to the Australian Research Center, surpassing United States. Out of 44, China number one in 37 out of 44 in the crucial technology, critical technology, sensor, quantum sensor, hypersonic, biotechnology, etc., etc. Cope with this transformation, I propose the third approach, community-driven innovation. DRL supposed to be initiated by community engagement. I propose through village. Why village? Because we have village fund. And it happens I fought for this village fund when I was in parliament. In the last 10 years, village fund allocated for building physical infrastructure, bridge, roads. But I told to the chief of villages, I happen to be the chief advisor of the organization of chief of villages, we should allocate this village fund for innovation. To build the human's capacity to make technological innovation. So, I propose this ecosystem. Be it United States or China, mostly they focus on how to combine financial power and political power. Horizontal line. But this horizontal integration between financial and policy powers, political power or policy makers, political cost and economic cost is too heavy. But if we start from connecting brain power and community power, village and urban society with DTC ITB, for example, with BRAIN, for example, with ITB, with other university research center, if we started by creating vertical line, and then afterwards we connect with policymakers, financial powers, with the function, consulting, brain power to policymakers, policy and regulation enforcement. This is the main concern of DTC ITB, to promote science-based policy making, community power and policymakers also to give political legitimacy for the political power, financial power. If we can create this ecosystem, hopefully we can create what I call community-driven innovation. But started by brain power and community power first. Villages. So this is the analog ecosystem, but on top of it, we can create digital ecosystem. Sorry. Sorry. Ya, agak ini ya baterainya. This is the innovation value chain, TRL side, technological ready side. Assuming there are 74,961 villages around Indonesia in rural areas, community, 74,961 communities in rural areas. Yeah. Covering around 75% of geography. And out of 270 million Indonesian people, around 128 people live in villages. Imagine we can connect, make this ecosystem. And in the middle, we create what I call the particle of innovation. If the ecosystem is filled, we should create also the particle of innovation. Center of excellence, we put centers of excellence among the field of ecosystem. If you learn about quantum field theory, about the excitation, so the center of excellence is the excitation, excited state of the field of ecosystem. This is the excited state. The RL is the excited state of the field. We try to build some industrial or high technology areas, hopefully in Sukabumi and Bali and Tangerang. And this is the field. This is the field. We've been creating initiatives through cooperative movement, through village fund, to create 9 sectors of industry. Satellite, industry, energy, food, housing, transportation, healthcare, education, and manufacturing. I even, last week I proposed what I call feed, food, energy, environment, and or you can change data into defense or digital. Food, energy, environment, D for defense or data or digital. But this is very important for us. Field, to create this industry in the communities, in the 74,161 communities, villages in rural areas, connecting this network. Sorry. And we can create what I call system integrator and demand aggregator. BUMDES is stand for Badan Usaha Milik Desa or Village Owned Enterprise as a demand aggregator, and system integrator, investment, technology, government, market. This is what I call TRL and DRL. B2B, B2C, B2I. This the how the ecosystem works. Okay, makasih. Implementation. We've been trying to set up this. Yeah, this is the data. 74,961 villages, 130 million people, 2% percentage village having BUMDES, village or enterprise, 12% average growth of villages in Indonesia in the last 10 years after the village fund being allocated to villages. Mana? Atau jalannya dari situ bisa enggak? This is what we've been doing. Internet services. This is for energy. Not yet in the big scale, but we've been starting it. This is farming. Smart farming system. Upcoming project opportunities to support new government. These topics I already consult with Pak Prabowo, the coming president. Oh, mana? Wait a second. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Because Indonesian government, new government will implement the program of feeding the nation. Bisa dinyalakan itu enggak? Sorry. Indonesian new food supply model. We need, out of 74,000 villages, we need to establish 50,000 villages to set up corporate farming. We need 650,000 new hands area, 60,000 hands, 100,000 new employees, new workforce, millennial generation, to become farmer, set up corporate farming through BOOMDES, 2,000 barns. I can disclose it because the campaign state is over. So, so the campaigns cannot copy this one, but okay. We won already, by the way. This is the program data and statistic. Schools, the beneficiaries of this program in this province, schools, students, santri, toddlers to 20 million people, beneficiaries, 82 million. We should feed them on daily basis, 82 million people on daily basis. Okay. The scale, program scale projection. Ini ya, yang penting. Oke. That's the rural areas. That's the field. And I want to talk about particles. We need particle. We need 10 excited states. We should create the center of excellence in Sumatra, Java, Bali, Sulawesi, Maluku, IKN as the master super hub of Indonesia Digital Future, our new capital in Kalimantan. I already talked to Pak Prabowo as well. So IKN not only becoming the new Indonesia capital, but as the new brain capital of Indonesia. So there should be brainy people in IKN, not the dumb one, to lead the country. Okay. Maybe Pak Agus can create this industry, ICIUS, or DTCTB. Okay. Chief Nano, okay. 10 Indonesia Innovation Cities. We as a private trying to set up this one. One in Sukabumi, one in Tangerang, one in Bekasi, one in Semarang next to Ahmad Yani Airport, one in Bali, in GWK. Garuda Wisnu Kencana statue. The owner or the agree to set up this innovative industry area in GWK statue. So if in CERN we have Shiva statue to destroy the Hadron, in Bali there's a Vishnu statue, destroying and maintaining. We will maintain the universe, we will maintain our ecosystem through innovation. Okay, this is the program. At least for the short term, citizen blockchain platform development, the public portion should be the biggest one. Agricultural technology advancement program, so state and private should be the pioneers. Natural resource big data platform development, digital integrated supply chain platform, super highway connectivity development, trade, export digital promotion platform, digital talent development program, cyber security, digital health. This is for short term. The provision of the investment, we need 110 billion rupiah. Job size, this is the expecting job size, okay. The short term. Mid-term, e-government transformation program, smart cities ecosystem, land blockchain platform development, renewable energy, smart manufacturing, integrated fulfillment center platform, autonomous vehicle infrastructure development, oceanographic big data platform development. We already organized some experts, Indonesian mostly, but we are open to collaborate with MIT, with Chicago, with Tokyo, with NUS. Midterm. Sorry. Okay. Long term, environmental monitoring, digital cultural heritage, remote work, telecommuting infrastructure, sustainable urban planning, space technology, hopefully, virtual reality, augmented reality, advanced robotic development. This is the prospect, the chance and the opportunity for us to create digital ecosystem, to transform people from being served by the service-based technology to experience-based technology, involving the whole, all our senses, even our cognitive process. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yep. Like thanks to Mr. Padman's wonderful talk for the overview at the ecosystem. Thanks for the inspiring speak. I think due to time limitation, we will not have a question period. Let Professor Guo give the second keynote. Professor Park will host for this one. Thank you. Yeah, thanks to the, I apologize for your misspelling your name in the beginning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Hoon-Chul Park from Gangneung University, Seoul, South Korea. It's my privilege to introduce our second keynote speaker, Dr. Go. Let me introduce him very briefly. He is currently program chair of Industrial Liaison Program at MIT, USA since 2015. And Dr. Go is an accomplished expert in the global energy sector, particularly in hydrogen technologies, over 25 years of industrial experience. His work spans technology innovation, development, commercialization, and investment in the energy and petrochemical industries. Dr. Go has held pivotal roles in leading multi-industrial corporations, including Shell, Air Liquide, and BOC, where he significantly contributed to technology portfolio management and business development. Please welcome Dr. Go with a big applause.
Thank you, everybody. This advance. Okay. All right. Good morning. We're happy to be here. Can we get the slides up? It's really a pleasure to be here at this conference and to be in your beautiful city of Bandung. I will be talking about a different subject, which is the energy transition, and a little bit of hydrogen, because there's lots of confusion about that area, that energy carrier. So let's get the slides up so we can get started. But you know, the energy, it's so important to us. It's almost like food. I mean, particularly today, we're talking about an energy transition forced by climate change threats. So it's really critical to everybody around the world. As you hear from my content, we are basically forced into this transition. And we're going to have some rapid changes around the world in this area. Yeah, great. Okay. Well, let me see. Yeah. As I said, we'll talk about energy transition. And normally, when you talk about energy transition, you see this kind of chart. It basically is a distribution of different energy types. We call it energy mix. And in the last 200 years, basically, we transitioned from biomass to coal, to oil, and natural gas. And now we see some renewables showing up at the up corner. Now, if you look at it from a different perspective, you see a chart like this. Actually, you see all the energy types actually increase. So energy transition is really an energy addition. It's totally driven by the population growth, and the population growth obviously is driven by technology. Now, today we're talking about energy transition not because we are running out of fossil fuels. We still have plenty of coal, oil, and gases in our reserve, but we are really forced by a global concern about future climate change, because fossil fuel has been creating this high CO2 level in our atmosphere. Today, it's about 420 to 430 ppm. In the last, 10 or 15,000 years, never been this high. So there's a consensus that this level of CO2 in the atmosphere will create a greenhouse effect. That's why we call this greenhouse gases. So now when I was, you see, this is just recent years. Just look at the temperature. Greenhouse gas means you cannot reflect enough the energy from the sun, then you start to getting the temperature increase. So that's just, that red line is this year. Look at that dramatic change. I mean, given 20, 30, 100 years for our future generation, that would be a great concern, really. Now, when I was in Shell, we looked at this almost 20 or 50 years ago. We start with the renewable energy from biomass. We gradually moved to coal. Then with the oil and gas introduction, we moved to right now, about 80% fossil fuel. So the bad news is that today we're still at that red dot, about 80% fossil fuel. But we believe we're going to transition to that renewable and low carbon future hopefully in the next 50 or 100 years. Okay. Now, that red dot, it's kind of a bad news. We're still mostly fossil fuel-based energy system. But the good news is the transition already started. From the investment level, you see the clean energy transition is dramatically increased in the last decade. And the critical point is that look at this. The investment into clean energy is already almost double the investment in fossil fuel. That's a historical change. That's gives us a lot of optimism. Now, the power generation sector is leading the decarbonization movement. And as you can see here, mostly the dramatically increased part of the energy power is from renewable energy. From over there, you see the amount of renewable energy is mostly wind and solar. Okay. See, this is capacity growth around the world. It's mostly led by China, Europe, and the US. You see very quick increase in the last decade. And in addition to the power sector, the second sector that's leading the transition is the mobility sector. Okay? You see the electrical vehicle cell in the last 10 years. You see China is leading that movement. And over there you can see the share of car cells globally will be around 20% in a couple of years. And again, the Chinese EV market is leading. And this is a projection of the next a few years of EV globally. So it will be about 70 million in 2024 in the sales globally. And here is the infrastructure development. You see the charging station as a ratio of the EV population. Okay, so China again is leading. Right now, you can have one charging point per 10 cars. Okay, 2 weeks ago I was in China. I was in 3 cities. Basically, if you look at the taxi fleet, in those cities, mostly already transitioned to EV. And that's not a government push, but it's the drivers, they just prefer that because they save a lot of operating cost because of the better economics of electricity over gasoline. Now, obviously, economic scale, as we all know, drives the cost. You see, in the last, again, 10 years, solar PV and wind power cost have dropped dramatically. Some of them is over 90%. And again, deployment of batteries and the price of batteries. Again, economy of scale driven down the cost. Again, the lower cost will again stimulate deployment. So that's getting to a pretty healthy cycle. And who is leading this charge? I think we all heard from the news that China is doing pretty well in the clean technology area. Now this is the top left corner is the manufacturing capacity across different technologies. Over there is the processing capability across different critical minerals. And here in this corner is the cost. The Chinese PV and battery cost is the lowest compared to the US, EU, and even India. So that's a global phenomena, and this is the impact of this is not just limited to manufacturing anymore. It's actually spilling over into trade conflict and geopolitics, as you've heard from the news almost on a daily basis. Just a couple of days ago, EU just decided this scale of tariffs on the EV manufactured from China. And so many countries are facing a dilemma. Now, if you want to fight the climate problem, you need low-cost clean energy. But on the other hand, you need this tariff to protect your local manufacturers. But obviously, more tariff will increase the product cost. It's a serious dilemma today. Now, obviously, U.S. is not stand still. It's play catch up in this area. You've heard the Inflation Reduction Action. It's huge investment, close to 370 billion in this area, and increasing the CO2 credit for CCS projects, and lots of loans to the battery companies. So this is a big movement in the U.S. You can see this is a new version of industrial policy. Okay. Now we convert to hydrogen. Now hydrogen is considered a part of the solution with a future low carbon transition, and the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act also provided subsidies or credit for hydrogen. Now the subsidies obviously depend on your carbon intensity of the hydrogen. If you have lower carbon intensity, you got a higher credit, like $3 per kilogram. If you have a higher carbon intensity, you got lower. Okay, so this is unprecedented level of credit for clean hydrogen. Now, when people hear about hydrogen, many people think that this is a new thing. This has come to a new fuel for cars, but it's not. Now, hydrogen is a very old chemical, and today there are 100 million tons per year globally. Okay, and it's mostly in China, in North America, in Middle East, and Europe. You see that distribution because lots of oil refining and the fertilizer requirement for that. Now, this is the supply and demand picture of hydrogen. See, today, most of hydrogen is produced from fossil fuel without CCS. Over there, today, most of hydrogen is used in refining, ammonia, and methanol. So in the future, you'll see there'll be an increase of hydrogen produced from electricity. We call the green hydrogen, and you'll see lots of other applications beyond the current industrial use of hydrogen. Now, this hydrogen thing has been around for 100 years. It's been around there. The engineers and scientists cannot give up this dream of hydrogen cycle because you can produce hydrogen from water using power and utilize the oxygen from the air. You can produce electricity from hydrogen using fuel cell, just like that. Then when you produce power from hydrogen, you generate water just come back. So this cycle theoretically can go forever. However, the issue is that when you use electricity to split water, and eventually you use a fuel cell to generate electricity, the round-trip efficiency is pretty low. It's less than 40%. That turned out to be a big challenge eventually, as you will see. And 20 years ago, we were starting to work on hydrogen fuel cell cars. That's exactly the idea. You put hydrogen on the car, then you use fuel cell to convert hydrogen to electricity, then you drive your cars. Now, the Japanese companies and Korea company has been leading in this area. They make great hydrogen cars like Toyota Mirai and Hyundai iX35 and Honda Clarity. I drove a Honda Clarity in 2028 in California when I was in Shell. We were building those hydrogens. But today, the hydrogen cells compared to the pure battery vehicle cell is extremely low. Okay, so this is in the left. This is EV battery cars, and the other one is fuel cell car cells. Only about 10,000 cars globally. So totally about 0.3%. So that's a fact, meaning that the hydrogen fuel cell car is not really succeeding. The reason for that is, as I said earlier, that hydrogen cycle just have a much lower thermodynamic efficiency. You see, compared to EV, considering we all start with renewable electricity, the hydrogen efficiency is like half or 1/3. So that means to drive a given kilometers, you would need much more energy with the hydrogen fuel cell cars. And that leads to the non-successful result of the hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. If you can compare hydrogen with battery EV, they have advantages like fast charging, better performance in low temperature, but there are disadvantages, which is lower efficiency. As a result of that, you got a higher operating cost. Then you got a low volumetric density that result in a higher infrastructure cost, like hydrogen stations. So my view is that because of the introduction of battery EV, hydrogen for mobility is not going to have a good prospect, purely because of the thermodynamics inefficiency. But does that mean hydrogen is not going to be used in the future? It's not at all. I think hydrogen will continue to be used in the industry, because industry is very hard to decarbonize. Today, as I said earlier, the fertilizer industry, by manufacturing ammonia and refining, hydrocracking, hydrotreating, use lots of hydrogen. They are all made from fossil fuel today. So those will be replaced by cleaner and green hydrogen. That'll be a early market for green hydrogen, a huge market today, 100 million tons per year. For methanol and other chemicals, hydrogen exists mostly as a syngas with CO. For steel making, it's just starting to making entry by hydrogen. That is making steel making a little lower carbon. And you could have application in long-term energy storage when you have a lot of renewable energies, which is inherently intermittent. For mobility, I don't see a great future for hydrogen fuel cell cars. For heating, for industrial, like space heating, I think that's a job of electricity, not hydrogen. So you can see in the real world, this is already happening. You see, this is my former employee, the CEO of Shell. He's charging a battery EV. And they're doing a big EV charging station in southern China. And they just closed most of their hydrogen refueling stations in California, which we built almost 20 years ago. And BP, and those companies are doing the same thing. Blue hydrogen in America. In the US, is mostly doing blue hydrogen. That means you use natural gas to produce hydrogen, but add CCS, so make the overall carbon footprint a little lower. And this is Total Energy, another big energy company is doing green hydrogen. And Shell and the BP doing refining green hydrogen, as I said earlier. That's a big current market that needs to be decarbonized. And there are movement in the green steel making industry using hydrogen to replacing coke, which will gradually reduce the carbon footprint of steel making, which is a big and hard to abate industry. So finally, if you look at this, this is by Bloomberg, and it shows the future projection of carbon price, the dotted lines for different major countries or regions, and then the different hydrogen derivative like methanol, ammonia, or for oil refining. The relationship between those applications and the carbon price. So basically, it says without a carbon trading system or carbon credit, a lot of the hydrogen application will be having a difficult time, okay? Because, as I said earlier, we are really paying back for our pollution in the last 100 years. So you will need a carbon price, meaning that the whole society will have to pay. So just to summarize, the energy transition towards a low carbon future is really accelerating. And today, the key is the deployment of a relatively robust and a proven technology, if you talk about 2050 time frame. And I think the future is end-use electrification, because that's good for emission and good for efficiency. Electricity and hydrogen, both are energy carriers instead of energy sources, will play a big role in decarbonization, but with the support from carbon trading systems. So hydrogen will play where electricity cannot, okay, like in industries. I think hydrogen will not be used as a fuel, but will be used as a critical decarbonization energy carrier in industrial decarbonization, okay, in our future energy system. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your keeping time. And we have 5 minutes for Q&A.
Yeah, and any question?
Yeah, from the floor. Is there any question, Professor?
Yes, thank you very much for very interesting and overview for the current and future direction on these fuel cell applications. You mentioned use hydrogen energy, so there's a high cost and less efficiency. So my question is, how about the risk? Because people may worry about the explosion because that type of hydrogen for this kind of applications.
Yeah, hydrogen does have explosion risk, but it's been used in the industry for more than 100 years. It just have not been exposed to the general public. All fuels, including natural gas and oil, has those kind of issues. Even batteries, you see reports here and there, battery cars got a fire. So I think that's a concern that need to be improved further. But in the grand scheme of towards a big movement towards a low carbon future in the world, I think that's a concern, but it's not a showstopper to me.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Also in Canada, in my university, they are actually very active research for the future currently also for electrification, use hydrogen and EV. So you already mentioned that for the future directions. So what's your view basically? So this hydrogen energy will be more powerful, more useful than the current battery or EV. So what is your view for that?
My view is, as I said, it's not very popular. It's not penetrating the world yet. My view is hydrogen fuel cell will not be dominating the transport sector because of the efficiency problem. And it's proven in the last 10 years. As I said, right now fuel cell cars only at 0.3% compared to battery cars. So the future is it's going to be battery-driven mobility, but battery, as you said, current lithium battery does have a safety concern. I think eventually will be solid-state battery that will improve not only energy density but also safety. So mobility, I think it's EV because of the efficiency-driven cost. And people just basically use car to go miles. So whatever costs lower, they'll take it. As I said earlier, I was in China. I talked to the taxi drivers. Those guys driving 12 hours a day, and they just prefer EV because it saves a lot of operating costs. They said, if I drive 2 years, the fuel saving can he can buy a new car with it.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sijigo. Looking at the future in Indonesian technology development, how would you say the development of this hydrogen to electricity will be upcoming and disrupting the electrical vehicle? Because we know that in the last 5 years, Indonesians have invested the technology in electrical. Looking at the hydrogen, will be the next disturbing this technology. How will you see that this will be the competitions in the next 3 to 5 years? Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I think Indonesia will have it will be a great market for hydrogen and electricity because number one, if you see the street, there's so many motorbikes. It's not electrified yet. That's a low-hanging fruit, obviously. I mean, just the battery for bikes is just ready, old technology, almost 10 years old. That is the low-hanging fruit you can definitely replace, and gradually replace vehicles. Right now, I see almost 100% vehicles are still, oil-driven. That's another big sector. That will take 10 or 20 years to finish, to decarbonize. And you have, I'm sure you have refineries, you have fertilizer manufacturers here. Actually, one of the company I work with through MIT is agriculture business. The main business is ammonia. Now, as I said earlier, ammonia is made from hydrogen. And today's ammonia is mostly made from hydrogen with fossil fuel resources. So that's another decarbonization market. And you have refineries, huge hydrogen requirement there to make the gasoline or diesel to meet the specification. Without hydrogen, you cannot do that. Again, today, all the hydrogen is probably made from natural gas. And so it's a huge market for both hydrogen and for batteries. And obviously, to make battery and hydrogen low carbon, you need renewable electricity. So you have a big task to grow solar and wind, and hopefully biomass. You have lots of biomass over here.
Okay. Due to the time limit, if you have further question, please meet him after this
I'm
talk,
sorry.
okay?
Another follow-up. So you means that it will
Because
be another
we have
diverse
time limit.
industry, isn't
I
it?
have to close it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Let's give a big applause to conclude the talk.
you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Park. So before we are going to the parallel sessions, I would like to invite your attention of the sad news, because 2 weeks ago, one of our vice presidents of ICIUS passed away in Australia, Professor Rini Akmialawati. So we would like to have a very short moment of silence to remember her. She is a very dedicated researcher and also innovator. She has been working for ICIUS for a number of years and showed a very strong support. And so please play the video. Okay, thank you. So now is the time to go to the parallel session. So there will be 3 rooms. Room A is here, will be chaired by Professor Hunjol Park. And room B is just next. Rosella room will be chaired by Professor Tai Sam Kang, right? Yes, and then room C is just at the corner, and Professor Yomin Zhang will be the chairman. Okay, see you at the lunch break. Thank you.
Test, test. So we will start now. Langsung mulai, nggak ada topik ya. Oke. Kata Pak Agus ada kopi sama sambil berjalan.
Masih lama mau ganti begitu Pak?
Biar suaranya nggak udah. Double side. Okay, good morning everybody. This is room A. So we will start the session immediately. There will be 5 speakers in this session. The first one is Mr. Lim. Mr. Ini Pak, ada feedback Pak dari double tip ini. Boleh Pak? Ya. Okay, so there will be 5 speakers in this session. The first one is Mr. Lim Hyun Jun. The second one is Mr. Nguyen Kant, and then Mr. Giheon Ha, Mr. Kan Nguyen, and Miss Fitria. Are all the speakers already here right now? Yeah. So we can start with the first speaker, which is Mr. Lim Hyun Jun. You may prepare your presentation and start the presentation immediately. And you will have around 20 minutes. Please, the floor is yours. Okay, you may start the presentation. You have 15 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for question and answer. Please do.
the first speaker, can you start the presentation? Because we're running out of time. Okay, you may start the presentation. You have 15 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for question and answer. You may start now. Please do.
Good morning, everyone. It is great pleasure to be here today. My name is Hyunjun Lim, and I'm a first year master student at Konkuk University in Seoul, South Korea. Today, I will present my research titled "Prediction and Measurement of Hovering Flapping Frequency of under various air density and gravity conditions." I thank you for your attention, and let's begin. In recent years, we have begun sending exploration robots to various celestial bodies in space. Notably, in 2021, NASA's coaxial rotor drone in January successfully completed its flight on Mars. Additionally, there is plan to send a drone called Dragonfly to Titan, a moon of Saturn, that is suspected to have arrived. This highlights the growing necessity of flight in environments other than Earth, where air density and gravity conditions differ from those on our planet. While both Ingenuity on Mars and the upcoming Dragonfly mission rely on rotor-based system, there is ongoing research into flapping wing aircraft as well, due to their advantages such as absence of counter torque and their economic efficiency. Thus, the objectives of this research are as follows: to determine whether flapping wing system can fly in atmosphere and gravity conditions different from those on Earth, and to investigate change in the lift coefficient of flapping wings under such conditions. To achieve this, I conducted experiment on the takeoff and hovering of a flapping wing system, predicting the flapping frequencies required for flight and comparing them with the experimental results. Next is the experimental design. The experiments conducted in this study were designed as follows. In this research, it is necessary to replicate various atmospheric density and gravity conditions through experiments. To simulate different atmospheric density, a vacuum chamber, as shown in the image, was used. The experiments were conducted at 100% atmospheric pressure, assuming Earth's sea level pressure as the baseline, and then 50% and 25% of the pressure. Additionally, to simulate different gravitational conditions, a stand was fabricated that allows the flapping model to rotate, as shown in the following image. In the middle image, when the stand and the flapping model suspended from it are vertical, the gravity acting on the model is mg. M is the mass of the flapping model, and g is the gravitational acceleration of Earth. Therefore, the flapping model must generate lift equal to mg to achieve takeoff and hovering. When the stand is rotated, the flapping model must generate lift model tilted by an angle theta. The gravitational force acting in the direction of the flight axis becomes mg multiplied by sine theta. To hover in this direction, the model must generate lift equal to mg sine theta. As theta decreases, the amount of lift required for flight decreases, allowing us to simulate the gravity of a planet with a lower gravitational force than Earth. Therefore, the stand equipped with the flapping wing system was placed in a vacuum chamber. Then the air density and gravity conditions were changed simultaneously. The flapping frequency of the flapping model during flight is obtained by analyzing video captured with a high-speed camera. In this experiment, the tilting angle of the flapping model was set to 90 degrees, 45 degrees, 30 degrees, and 22 degrees, as shown in the following videos. First, when the angle is 90 degrees, the flapping model is perpendicular to the ground, representing Earth's gravitational environment. Therefore, the lift required for flight in this scenario is 0.12 per Newton, calculated by multiplying the flapping model's mass of 12.60 gram by Earth's gravitational acceleration. For the other angles, 45 degrees and 30 degrees, these were chosen to verify the experimental results. As the angle changed from 90 degrees to 45 degrees, and from 45 degrees to 30 degrees, the gravitational condition changed by 1 over square root of 2 due to the sine theta relationship. Therefore, at 30 degrees, the gravitational condition is half of Earth's gravity, meaning the required lift is also halved to 6.30 gram force. The 22 degrees angle is used to simulate the gravity of Mars, which is about 38% of Earth's gravitational acceleration. In this case, the lift required for hovering is 4.62 gram force. Additionally, to validate the experimental result, I compared the measured frequency with the predicted frequencies. The method for predicting flapping frequency assumed that if the cycle average lift coefficient remains constant despite the decrease in air densities, the lift generated by the flapping wing model is largely proportional to the atmospheric density and the scale of the flapping frequency. Thus, if the air density is halved, the flapping frequency is required for flight must increase by a factor of square root of 2. Therefore, based on the flapping frequency that enable flight under 100% air density and at a 90 degree angle case, we can theoretically predict the frequencies needed for 100%, 50%, and 25% air densities at 90 degrees, 45 degrees, 30 degrees, and 22 degrees. Okay. Next is the experimental results. The experimental results are summarized in the following table. The first column lists the tilting angles which correspond to the 90, 45, 30, and 22 degrees mentioned earlier. The lift column next to the tilting angle shows the calculated lift required for hovering at each angle. The blue colored columns present the data obtained from the actual experiments, including the applied voltage and the resulting flapping frequencies. The frequency by scaling ratio column shows the predicted frequencies calculated based on the air density and gravity condition. These frequencies were calculated using reference frequency of 30.95 Hz, which was obtained under 100% air density and 90-degree gravity conditions. The next column shows the difference between the measured frequency and the predicted frequency. The experimental result confirmed that, as expected, the frequency required for hover increased as the atmosphere density decreased, and the frequency required for flight decreases as the flapping model tilts. Additionally, the experiment shows that the voltage required to generate similar frequencies decreases as the air density decreases due to the reduction in air drag. For example, the flapping frequency required for flight is similar for the 90-degree condition at 100% air density and the 30-degree condition at 50% air density. However, the required voltage is different, 5.2 volt and 4.3 volt respectively. The right side table shows the ratio between the measured frequency and the predicted frequency. A value close to 1 indicates that the experimental measured frequency is similar to predicted frequency. The data show a trend of being close to 1. However, there is a tendency for the difference to increase as the atmospheric density decreases. The causes of the difference observed in this experiment can be analyzed as follows. First, the difference tends to increase as the stand is tilted more. This can be attributed to the changing friction between the holder and the flapping model as the tilt angle increases. Since the experimental method is reducing the voltage after the flapping model has taken off until it either rises or falls, friction could prevent the flapping model from descending. As a result, the flapping model might be able to hover with less flapping frequency than expected. Moreover, as the air density decreases, the wing flapping frequency required for flapping model takeoff increases. This may increase the vibration of the flapping model and increase the friction between the stand and the flapping model. Additionally, errors may arise due to variation in the flapping angle depending on frequency, as shown in the image, the middle and right side image. The flapping angle of the model increased with higher frequencies. As the flapping angle increases, more lift is generated, allowing the flapping model to achieve flight at lower frequencies than predicted. So, more detailed analysis of this issue as follows. As previously mentioned, the predicted frequencies used to validate the experimentally measured frequencies were calculated considering only atmospheric density and gravity condition. Therefore, changing in the flapping angle can introduce difference. To assess the potential for such difference, I conducted a calculation. First, as shown in the figure, the lift generated by the flapping model's wings can be calculated as follows. The angular velocity at a specific point r on the wing and at a rotation angle theta is converted to linear velocity, which become r omega. If the flapping angle psi is 180 degrees on both sides, then omega becomes 2 pi f. Yeah. So, however, as the frequency increases, the flapping angle of the model also increases. Referring to the topmost equation, if the flapping angle on one side increases by 10 degrees, we can see how the linear velocity in the lift equation changes. Since 10 degree increases on one side effectively result in 20 degree total increases. The calculation is as shown in the equation, resulting in a 5.6 increase in velocity. Next, when the flapping angle increases, the necessary frequency to generate
Interruption.
the same.
You still have 2 more minutes to finish your presentation.
Okay. Okay. Generate the same lift as when the flapping angle is 180 degree is considered. Similar to the previous example, if the flapping angle on one side increased 10 degrees, the required flapping frequency can be 5.3% lower while still generating the same lift. Finally, assume the case where the lift coefficient and the flapping angle change. When both the lift coefficient and the velocity change, the variation in the frequency required to generate the same lift is considered. If the flapping angle increases from 180 degrees on both sides to 190 degrees, the frequency change equation is shown below. In this case, if the lift coefficient increased by 5%, the required flapping frequency decreased by 7.6% decrease. That generate the same lift. Last is conclusion and future work. First, through this study, we proposed a simple but effective experimental method to experiment with the takeoff and hovering of flapping aircraft in a low-density atmosphere and low gravity conditions. In addition, the frequency measured experimentally and the predicted frequency showed an error of about 10% of the low air density. In addition, the vacuum chamber simulate the low density atmosphere where and tilting the flapping aircraft to simulate gravity condition was also an appropriate method. So, finally, for more precise experimental result, I plan to manufacture a stand that minimized friction and interference between the stand and flapping aircraft and conduct experiment at lower atmosphere density. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the session. So now we go into the question and answer session. We have around 5 minutes for the question and answer. Please raise your hand if you want to ask or give a question to the presenter. Yeah, please do.
Thank you for your presentation. Should I introduce myself? Okay. So I have a short question regarding the test setup. Could you maybe could we go to the slide where there is a test setup, where there is a flapping wing? So yeah, for instance, there is a picture over there where you have your setup, your robots, and your flapping wing, right? And you measure the lift. For instance, for hover, it must balance with the weight or the tilted weight, let's say. Here, what I see is that maybe I misunderstand, but correct me if I'm wrong, but it is close to the wall, right? The device, the flapping wing, is close to the wall because I can see shadow over there, right? So perhaps while in real operation cases, the lift or the hover may be somewhere in somewhat high altitude, So there could be some ground effect, perhaps, right? Where the lift might be increased due to the presence of the wall. Did you take that into account as well in your aero measurement, or could you say something a little bit about that? Thank you.
Thank you for asking about that. So you mean the worried about ground effect? Yeah, okay. Actually, I measured the lift with a load cell, yeah, and at each frequency, and I measured the almost the same lift at like 12.60 gram pulse and other than, and also I experiment a ground effect with when the no background in the no background and with the background, then there is no significant change in there in experiment.
Okay, any other question maybe? Okay, Pak Agus.
Okay, this interesting talk about the flapping wing. Yeah, my question is when you performing the experiments, yeah, how to set the experiment for the low air density? Yeah, this is my first question, and the second question is related with the consideration of the interaction between the flap wing and the air surrounding of the flapping. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Agus. Please, you may answer the question.
I'm sorry that I'm afraid I don't understand. Then could you please repeat the question?
Yeah, according to your experiment, you said that the air density is decreases. Yeah, you said it to be 25% of the. How to set the experiment for the low air density? This is my first question. The second question is on the consideration for the experiment when you there is interaction between the wings and the surrounding air. There is any effect of the interaction between the wing and the surrounding of the air? Thank you.
Maybe in the first question, I used the vacuum chamber, so I can reduce the air density to 25% air density. And second question, maybe the question is about direction of the wing, wing flapping direction, maybe. Actually, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we discuss it later, maybe after, due to the time limit. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I think because we're running out of time, it's a very interesting topic. We may have more discussion later on. Yeah. So we can give a round of applause for the first presenter. And then we go to the next, the second presenter. That will be Mr. Nguyen Khan. Is Mr. Nguyen Khan here right now? Can you raise your hand? Oh yeah, okay. Right, yeah. And for the third, fourth, and fifth presenter, maybe you can submit your file to the operator in the back of the room, such that then we can continue smoothly after the second session here. Okay, so the second speaker will talk about towards fast swimming speed of fish-inspired tail-beating vehicle. Okay, so you may start your presentation. You have 15 minutes per presentation and 5 minutes for question and answer. The floor is yours.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chairman, for your introduction. My name is Khánh Nguyễn, and I'm from Vietnam. Currently, I'm a third-year business student in Konkuk University in South Korea. Today, I'm going to present my two papers. In the first talk, I will cover the design approach and the fabrication process for the high-thrust tail-beating mechanism. So the content is organized into 5 sections. In the first section, I will give an introduction to the yellowfin tuna, followed by the literature review on the modes of the high-speed swimming locomotion, and an overview of our previous tail-beating robotic fish, namely KU fish. And I will present the design and the fabrication for the current KU fish too, with the target for the swimming speed faster than the previous model, as well as experimental setup for the measurement of the thrust and the power consumption. In section 4, I will summarize the experimental results for the tail-beating kinematic, third generation tail-beating frequency, and the power consumption. I will conclude my presentation with a discussion and conclusion. So let's move to section 1. As we may know, here in the natural world, there are many creatures demonstrate their impressive swimming speed and the agility across the various aquatic, terrestrial, and aerial environments. Among them, we are particularly interested in certain species of fish, known as for their exceptional fast swimming speed in the ocean. Notably, the long-priced yellowfin tuna stand out for its ability to swim fast with a speed at 20 meters per second. This makes the fish become one of the fastest swimming animal in the ocean. Another fascinating is that despite their impressive size, with the body length exceeding 2 meters long and the weight of up to 200 kilograms, still they managed to maintain the swimming speed, the remarkable swimming speed in the ocean. Inspiring this story, researchers increasingly focus on the study in the underwater locomotion to create and enhance the robotic fish. So as we can see here in the figure 2, so in the figure 2, for the left to the right, there is a reduction of the yawing angle of the body across 4 typical swimming locomotion of the ocean animals. The similar thing reported in the reference 4 and 5 due to the small body undulation. So mimicking the locomotion mode of the turning form, the fourth one, fish locomotion is beneficial for the faster swimming speed. However, the authors in the reference number 6 indicate that even though their robotic fish mimicking the turning form locomotion, still it can reach the maximum speed of only 1.25 meters per second. More recently, figure 4 demonstrates the figure of the I-Flash 2 robot mimicking the current G-form locomotion. So has been recorded as the fastest swimming tail-beating robotic fish in the world with the maximum speed of only 3.7 meters per second. So obviously this speed is significantly slower than the speed of the tuna. Similarly, in our group, we successfully developed a targeting protected fish so they can swim fast under water and leap out of water at the speed of 1.35 meters per second. Through the safety simulation in the reference number 8, we also suggested a feasible concept of the zero pitching gliding into the headwind with the support of the foldable wings and the targeting motion for a specific range of the incident angle and the tail tilting angle. And now we are moving to section 3. So the figure A and B demonstrate the cat image of the targeting mechanism and the actual figure of the targeting mechanism for the KU-Fish 2. Meanwhile, in the figure 7C, the actual body fairing for the KU-Fish 2 used in the force measurement. And figure D show the previous model of the KU-Fish. So in this paper, we scale up the parameters of the KU-Fish to create the faster swimming speed KU-Fish 2. So therefore, we use the safety pace relationship to predict the torque, thrust, and the power consumption of the current model, considering the various tail beating frequency, tail fin area, and the body surface area of the two models. So basically, in order to create the swimming speed larger than 3 meters per second, the required thrust for the KU-Fish 2 needs to be 7.9 Newton. And using the safety simulation results of the thrust, torque, and power, the gear ratio and the ratio of the tail fin area of KU-Fish 2 are selected to match the prediction of frequency and the torque to those computed using the motor spec. For example, so with a given speed of 3.6 meters per second, a 24-volt DC motor, and a set of reduction gear ratio with the ratio of 25:1 are chosen to drive the tail area 4 times larger compared to the original area of the KU-Fish. And then using equation 1 and 2, the actual torque and the estimated tail beating frequency is about 3,000 millinewton meter and 7.26 hertz. Based on the motor spec, with the gear ratio of 25, the computed torque is about 3,000 millinewton meter, and the computed frequency is about 7.2 hertz. So as shown so the result is shown in the figure A and B for the matching for the searching process. So with the ratio, the tail beating, the ratio of the tail fin area is 4 times, and we have the frequency is about 7.26 hertz. So the difference between the prediction and the computation based on the motor spec is less than 1%. And similarly, we have the difference of the torque estimation is smaller than 0.5%. So this shows the matching between the estimation and the calculation based on the motor spec. And also in this study, we investigate the effect of the stiffness on the swimming speed of the KU-Fish. The fin 1, fin 0 stands for the soft fin material, and the configuration of fin 1 is standing for the stiff fin. In addition, using the safety result, the power consumption is also confirmed as about 74 watts. And this shows the experimental setup for the measurement of thrust and power consumption. Due to we want to avoid the damage of the lost cell, so the experiment for measuring the thrust and the power consumption was conducted separately. So the lost cell here installed in the force measurement. Meanwhile, its dummy model is used in the power consumption. And the video 2 shows the tail beating motion of the two different stiffness, fin 0 and fin 1. And this is this slide shows the experimental result for the tableting angle. So using the high-speed camera capture the tableting motion at a speed of 1,000 frames per second. The tableting frequency, tableting kinetic was recorded. And then 24-volt motor is excited by an external DC power supply. And then the tableting frequency was measured by the 3 different methods based on the digital signal from the load cell and images captured by the high-speed camera and the measure tail beating angle at the tip. And as we can see, the measure tableting frequency is about 10% different with the prediction one at of 7.3 Hz. For the flexible fin 0, the tableting frequency faster, about 10%. And for the stiffer fin 1, the tableting frequency is about 10% slower. In addition, we can see the total amplitude of the body angle and the tableting angle at the tip, theta 100, for the case fin 0 in the figure C. The amplitude is about 20 degrees for the body angle amplitude and 40 degrees for the tableting angle at the tip. And it seems like double when the stiffness of the fin is higher for the fin 1, 80 degrees and 40 degrees respectively.
So you have 3 more minutes to conclude your presentation.
Okay. So this indicates that the tableting frequency and the tableting amplitude and body undulation angle strongly depend on the stiffness of the caudal fin. And this summarizes the cycle average third and frequency. And then the measure frequency and the third is about 12% smaller than the prediction. And then this is the figure shows the digital signal provided from the load cell. And this is show the result of the third for the variable of the applied voltage to the motor and the tableting frequency. And this slide shows the measurement of the power consumption. So the figure 12A demonstrates the diagram for the power measurement and voltage measurement in the figure B. And using the 4 ohm resistor, the power consumption is computed and shown in the figure 12C. And here, the measure power consumption is 35 watts at 6.68 Hertz. Then, using the measure frequency, we calculate the prediction of power consumption is about 75.3 watts. That means the measure frequency is about 40% smaller than the prediction. And finally, the discussion, the fin stiffness affects the tableting characteristic under the same operating condition. Compared to the stiff fin, a softer fin beat faster, resulting in a smaller tableting amplitude and smaller body undulation angle due to the smaller side forks. Asymmetry in the tableting angle of the stiff fin 1 is due to the asymmetry in the tableting mechanism and the error created by the system vibration. And the swimming with the smaller body can reduce the drag and increase the swimming speed as our experience up to now. However, the smaller tableting amplitude may produce less thrust compared to that produced by the stiffer fin. Finally, the conclusion. So we suggested a design of the tableting mechanism that produced 6.4 times larger force than the reference one of the KU fish. And the soft fin demonstrated a smaller tableting amplitude and the body yawing angle, but higher frequency. In contrastly, the stiff fin demonstrated a larger tail beating amplitude and the body angle, but lower frequency. The measured frequency and the thrust are within 10% different compared with the prediction by the simple scaling ratio. Due to the larger thrust, we expected that the KU Fit 2 can swim faster than the previous KU Fit model. Yeah, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the presentation. So we go into the question and answer session. We have about 5 minutes. Any question from the floor? You may raise your hand. Or maybe one for me. Can you explain a bit about you? I see that you also give the data about the thrust. Do you also measure the forces in your experimental setup?
Yes.
What
So,
kind of sensor? Maybe you can elaborate a bit.
the load cell we use is gamma. I forgot the name, but gamma from ATI. Yeah, ATI company, the load cell.
So you use that sensors?
Yeah.
So you put it in the... maybe you can explain it by...
Here. So
okay.
the load cell is here. So it's actually it's a waterproof load cell, but we want to keep it safe. So it's above the water surface.
Right. Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the answer. Any question maybe from the... Oh yeah, maybe one again for me. Can you give? I see that because you talking about flexible fin, something like that. So there will be the elastic effect to the motion and the force generated between the motion or the generated motion and the generated force. Can you give a bit more brief explanation about when the frequency getting higher, is there any more phase shift in your measurement? Thank you.
Actually, that's our next plane because when I measured for the steep case, there is no phase difference between the fin and the body. So in the next plane, we will measure this because up to now the force measurement, the thrust measurement for the flexible fin hasn't not completed because the load cell was damaged at that time. So we will make a plan to report the phase difference, the effect of the phase difference to the third generation.
So that's one that you will do in the future, right? Because I think it's important because you must also take into account the flexibility of the structure. And also the interaction between the fluid and the structure, right?
With the simulation, we will consider.
Okay, thank you. Any question before we close the second session? No? So we can give a round of applause to the second presenter. And now we go into the third presenter, which is Mr. Ki-Hyun Ha. All right. So for the fourth and fifth presenter, you may bring your presentation file to the operator in the back of the room right now, such that after this third session, you can start your presentation immediately. So for Mr. Kan Nguyen and also Ms. Fitria, you may bring your file to the operator in the back of the room, such that then you can start your presentation immediately after this third session. Okay. Okay, so for the third presenter, you. Okay, so the third presenter will talk about take-off characteristic of flapping wings under the low air density. So you will have 15 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for question and answer. You may start now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ki-Hyun Ha from Konkuk University in South Korea. Today's presentation will talk about the following topic: the flapping wing on the lower density. I would like to start my presentation. This is contents of the presentation. In the introduction, I will talk about the background and purpose of this work. Next, I will discuss the conducted conducted to understand the flapping wing characteristic of lower densities, followed by the flight test of a flapping wing system based on these findings. Lastly, the presentation will conclude with the future work. In the early 21st century, NASA planned flying on Mars, starting with three types of flyers: rotor wing, fixed wing, and flapping wing. As you know, on April 19th, 2021, Ingenuity flew in the Martian atmosphere. The successful flight on Ingenuity on Mars has sparked increased interest in research on flight on the other planet. Our group has been conducting research on insect like flapping wing microwave beaker for several years, called cave beetle. We believe that this cave beetle could be alternative to rotor wing like Ingenuity because it is less affected by anti-torque and can be built with relatively smaller volumes. Therefore, this work began with our curiosity about whether the cave beetle could fly at lower density like on Mars, and what improvement would be needed to make it possible to fly. In this work, for the same for the input, we measured the flight frequency, the rate, and we can see that 100%, 50%, and 25% never seen in space. Also, the flight test of the flapping wing system was performed under lower density like Mars and simulated Martian gravity. Based on this result, basic data for designing Martian flapping wing MFD was generated. To understand the flapping characteristic in lower densities, we designed the following experiment. This one is lower density chamber. The chamber is large and cannot make a perfect vacuum, but it can simulate conditions up to 10% air density. Using a high-speed camera located outside the chamber, we measured the flapping frequency and wing kinetics. Using a low cell installed inside the chamber, we measured the forces during the flapping motion. For the flapping mechanism, we used cave beetle RP on insect-like flapping MAB based on leg pinion mechanism. Using this flapping mechanism, we set the operating flapping frequency to 16 Hertz. We determined the required voltage to achieve this flapping frequency by analyzing the high-speed camera images and lossless signals. We applied this same voltage to lower density conditions to identify the flapping characteristics on the lower air density. This is experiment setup for wing kinetics measurement. 9 markers were placed on the wing, and the movement of the wing was recorded using 3 synchronized high-speed cameras located outside the chamber. After that, the 3D coordinate of each marker were obtained using the DLT method. The line connecting the leading edge and trailing edge markers were defined as a chord. Now, the angle between stroke length and the chord was defined as the wing rotation angle. Yeah, also, the angle of attack was calculated as 180 degrees minus wing rotation angle. And now, measured result. As the air density decreased under the same applied voltage for operating 16 Hz flapping frequency under 100% air density. The flapping frequency increased by about 15%. However, despite the increase in flapping frequency, the lift decreased by about 89%. Also, when comparing the flapping characteristics predicted by the dynamic model with the measured result, the model can accurately predict the change in flapping characteristics under lower density within 10% error. Here, the dynamic model presented at last year ICIUS, which is 1 degree of freedom non-linear model. You can simply predict the flapping characteristics based on design parameters of flapping wing system. One important point is that the cycle lift coefficient calculated from the measured result show the decrease of about 16% and 10% air density. The detailed analysis of this will be discussed in the next slide. The flapping cycle consists of the flapping angle look almost similar as the air density decreases. The following graphs compare the wing rotation angles at different locations along the spanwise direction of the wing, from the inboard to outboard as the air density decreases. The period from about 0 to 1, 0 to 0.1, and 0.5 to 0.6 of the flapping cycle correspond to the stroke reversal stages, where the slope or the flapping speed does not change significantly. The period from about 0.1 to 0.5 and 0.6 to 1, the flapping cycle correspond to the translation stages. In 100% case, the angle of attack decreases as the wing far from the inboard to outboard. However, in 10% case, the angle of attack does not change significantly. The flapping wing mainly contribute to lift generation at the outboard wing. However, if the angle of attack becomes too large, the aerodynamic performance decreases. So we think that the large angle of attack of the outboard wing is one of the reasons for the reduction in the lift coefficient under 10% air density. Additionally, comparing the inboard and outboard wing rotation angles during the translation stages between 100% and 10% air density, it is observed that in the 10% case, there is almost no difference between the inboard and outboard wing rotation angles. This angle difference makes the wing twist. The wing twist is beneficial for lift generation. The fact that also though wing twist occur on the 10% air density is considered another reason for reduction in the lift coefficient. Yeah, also, although the data has not been numerically analyzed as observed in the videos, the wing chamber does not maintain stability during the translation stages at 10% air density. This instability is also considered another factor contributing to the reduction in the lift coefficient. Now, flight test. The original design of this model comes from the Kiobit RP equipped with the Lacunium flapping mechanism, which can fly about 7 minutes. Yeah, for flying in a lower density, we need to increase the flapping frequency. To achieve higher flapping frequencies, the leading edge was replaced with a thicker one, and a 7.4 volt lithium polymer battery was used. The motor's total mass is about 16 grams, and you can fly for about 2 minutes. The flight endurance was reduced than before because of increased leading edge mass and reduced battery capacity. The control flight model was placed inside the chamber, and the control flight was performed on the lower densities. The model can fly up to 15% air density due to the limitation of the motor's performance. In the 25% air density case, the model looked like takeoff due to the ground effect for a while, but it fell due to insufficient lift. In addition, since the lift is proportional to lift coefficient, and air density and flapping frequency scale and wing area, other conditions can be assumed to be constant. The required flapping frequency can be predicted by change ratio of the air density. Therefore, comparing the measured flapping frequency with the predicted one shows little difference. However, the 25% case has a relatively large difference. Again, this means that an increase in flapping frequency is required for hover. To identify the takeoff capability without ground effect under lower density using the same motor of the carburetor, we designed and fabricated a 9.5 gram takeoff model without the control system. As shown in the videos, the model can take off under condition with up to 25% air density. Yeah, also comparing the predicted air density change ratio with measured flapping frequency, there is up to about 60% difference.
Okay, you have 3 more minutes.
Since Martian gravity is about 38% of Earth's gravity, tilting the model by about 22 degrees takeoff can simulate Martian gravity. Based on this concept, we built this simple experiment setup using 3D printed stand with holder. In this experiment setup, if the model generates enough lift, then the model takes off along this holder. As shown in the videos, the model takes off under condition up to 10% air density. We are also comparing the predicted by change ratio, considering the lower density and low gravity with measured flapping frequency. There is up to about 9% difference. Now conclusion and future work. Yeah, from the measurement, the flapping frequency increased by about 50% and the lift decreased by 89% under the same flight voltage condition when the air density was reduced to 10%. Also, the dynamic model can predict the flapping frequency and lift that change as the air density decreases with an error of less than 10%. However, the measured lift coefficient under the same voltage, applied voltage condition decreased by about 16% under 10% air density due to less wing twist characteristics and too large angle of attack during the translation stage. The about 16 gram control flight model can fly up to 50% air density, and 9.5 gram take a model can take up to 25% air density in particular case. I mean, Earth gravity condition, and up to 10% air density in inclined case, Martian gravity condition. As the future work, we will design a flight model that can fly under Martian atmosphere and gravity. That's all for my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Any question from the floor?
Thank you very much. Thank you for very nice presentations. I have two questions, to be honest. Do you compare the energy consumptions between the conventional rotational rotor compared to the flapping wings? And that's the first one. The second one is like, what is the efficiency if we lengthen the wingspan?
Can you see again first question?
The effect of the energy consumption when you lengthen the wingspan of the flap, the fin span.
Okay. The flapping benefit is less effect of antidote compared to the rotary wing. Yeah, also we can reduce the size. That is very one of the important point.
His question was about power consumption. So, can you repeat the question? The first one is for the
In
power
comparison,
efficiency,
so how is the power consumptions compared to the conventional rotor?
Rotary wing, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that's the first one. The second one, do you compare if different wingspan?
Okay.
What is the effect to the power consumption or to the effectiveness of the levitations, for example? Because I saw that in 20% or 10% air density, it seems is not move at all with the Earth gravity, isn't it? So it's only move when we have only a third of the gravity. That's my assumption.
Let me answer for your question. So for typical rotary wing drones, so we use actually the TOP, power loading, thrust over power consumption for comparison. So for typical rotary wing drones, the TOP is about 4 gram force per watt. So for this case, about 6 to 7 gram force per watt. So in terms of the power loading is more efficient. Okay, and then at our scale, okay, because we haven't tried for the other scales, so we cannot tell for the other cases. And then when we increase the wingspan, and because of the inertial force, larger inertial force, the power consumption will be increased. Okay, so that's why we limit the aspect ratio within less than 3. So if it becomes longer, then the power consumption will be increased. And then the other one is here in the lower density. The frequency, the flapping frequency we could create was limited because of the limitation of the motor itself. So we need to use higher capacity motor to raise the frequency. That's what we need to do in the future.
I mean, have you compared between the thrust you got from the thrust for the levitations, by the lengthen the wingspan? So, for example, the wingspan is if you lengthen the wingspan versus say 50% from this one, how much thrust you got and how much power you have to consume. So is there any comparison with that? So maybe by then we know that what is the optimum design for this one. Okay.
But actually, as I mentioned, typically the insect wing aspect ratio is typically less than 3. And because, as I mentioned, if the aspect ratio is increased, that means for longer wing, the power consumption is abruptly increased. So we haven't tried for the longer wings. So typical. No. We do not. Yeah, because it is, for us it is obvious because of the larger inertial force developed for longer wing. So we do not use longer wing typically.
Very interesting discussion, maybe, but unfortunately we running out of time, so we have to stop here. Please give a round of applause to the third presenter. So now we continue to the next presenter, which is Mr. Kan Nguyen. Oh, okay. So you still prepare your presentation. And the last presenter will be Ms. Fitria will be online. Yeah. Online, yeah. Okay. So the fourth presenter is about it will be presented by Kan Nguyen. You ready? Okay. So you have 15 minutes. Okay. Please, you may start your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chairman, for the second introduction to my presentation. Once again, my name is Kan Nguyen, and I'm from Konkuk University in South Korea. So I'm going to present my second paper. Building on the insights from the first presentation, in this paper, I will present the swimming performance verification for the fast swimming robotic fish by the analytical and the experimental methods. So the content includes 6 sections. In the first section, I will give an introduction to the underwater fast swimming animals and the several body and caudal fin swimming robotic replicas. And again, a brief introduction to the tuna and the iFlash 2, followed by a literature review of the effects of the median fins on the hydrodynamic efficiency of the caudal fin. And an overview of our current tail-beating KU-Fish2 presented in my first presentation. And the effects of the nose fin and the rear fins on the hydrodynamic swimming performance will be presented in section 3, and also experimental setup for the test. And section 4 will summarize the comparison for the measured thrust and the thrust predicted by active mesh method. And finally is for the discussion and a key conclusion. Okay, in this section 1, so the figure 1 illustrates the fast swimming aquatic animals. Meanwhile, in figure 2, the robotic design mechanism are inspired by the body caudal fin locomotion display. So currently we are focusing on the tuna, so which is one of the fastest swimmer in the ocean. So it can reach the swimming speed at 20 meters per second. In order to create the fast swimming speed in the ocean, so recent development is targeting to replicate the turniform and the carangiform fish locomotion due to its small yawing angle of the body. And despite the advancement of the science and technology, reproducing the fast swimming speed, agility, and high efficiency swimming performance continue to pose the significant challenges. So this slide, once again, the brief introduction for the iFlash 2, the fastest robotic fish capable of
reaching the maximum speed of 3.6 meters per second. However, this speed is significantly lower than the speed of the tuna. In addition, there's so many efforts to improve the hydrodynamic performance by exploring the flow structure around the swimming fish body. More specifically, the vortex structure formed by the median fins, including the dorsal fin and the anal fins, and their effects on the leading edge vortex of the caudal fin has been widely investigated. And a similar finding reported in reference 629, increasing the vortex, the leading edge vortex of the caudal fin contribute to the increase in the thrust by 10 to 20%. Also in the reference number 9, the author confirmed that the full model, including the body, the median, and the caudal fin, produced a 20% drag reduction compared to the model without the median fins. So the author, so the finding indicate that increasing the thrust along with reducing the body drag are crucial for increasing the swimming speed of the robotic fish. Taking this consideration into account, so we have recently developed a fast swimming taibiting robot, namely KUFIS2, presented in my first presentation. In the Theta experiment, a 24-volt DC motor is powered by an external DC power supply, and using the load cell, the current KUFIS2 model could generate a thrust of about 6.9 Newton at a taibiting frequency at 6.4 Hertz. The measured data was about 12% smaller than the minimum requirement for the case the robot can reach the maximum speed of 3.6 meters per second with the assumption of the drag coefficient identical to the drag coefficient of the original KUFIS model. That means 0.04. And figure 8 demonstrates the picture of the cat picture of the taibiting mechanism and the actual body fairing of the KUFIS2. So moving to the section 3, where the design of the nose and the rear fin will be presented. So initially, the KUFIS2 is designed with the surface area comparable to that of the KUFIS. Due to the warm gear system, so the width of the KUFIS2 is wider, so resulting in the reduction of the nose and the rear fin area. So figure 9 shows the configuration of the body fairing of KUFIS, and the original and the modified KUFIS2 are demonstrated in the figure 9B and C respectively. However, during the swimming test, so we observed that the KUFIS2 with the smaller, in the figure B, smaller fins demonstrate a significant yawing motion. So this resulting in the high drag from the body. So it reduce the swimming speed as we experience. So that's why we investigate. So we make another configuration of the modified KUFIS2, and also we can investigate the effect of the nose and the rear fins on the swimming performance of the robotic fish. In the figure C, show the design of the enlarged fins attached to body using the 1.2 millimeter thick metal pins, and the fin made of a 9 millimeter thick carbon epoxy plate using the CNC machine. And a high-speed camera is installed in the central water boon to record the swimming motion at a speed of 500 frames per second. To ensure the level swimming immediately after releasing the robot, so we use the 3D printed release mechanism is employed here. And it's mounted on the aluminum frame as shown in the figure 10. So within the body, the 24-volt DC motor was powered by 6 batteries according to about 22.4 volt to drive the tabulating mechanism. And this shows the experimental result of the comparison for the measured thrust and the thrust predicted by the active mass method. Figure in the top three figure A, B, and C summarize the measurement in my first presentation for the experimental setup for the thrust measurement. Using the measure frequency of about 6.4 Hertz. So the thrust is calculated by the active mass method and so in the figure D, together with the digital signal obtained from the load cell. And we compare that even though because of the vibration system of the system and the water surface undulation, so the maximum and minimum peaks of the maximum and minimum value of the thrust are not clearly shown in the figure. However, the cycle average thrust by the active mass method is only 5% smaller than the measured one, comparing 6.6 and 6.95 newtons. Addition, in the first presentation, the measured force is about 12% smaller than the prediction using the simple scaling ratio. So these different show that the accuracy is within an acceptable range for the force measurement. And now we move for the swimming speed measurement. So also the figure 12 show the 12 B, A and B show the composite snapshot of the swimming robot with the short and the enlarged nose and rear fins respectively. As we can see here in the figure A, when the body equipped with the small nose and rear fins, the robot demonstrates a notable yawing angle and turn to the left, unstable, swimming. And however, when the body equipped with the larger fin, it swims straight and relatively smaller yawing angle. So the test showed that the robot can swim at 0.8 meters per second, about 20% smaller speed than the case the robot equipped with the larger fin. So the figure 12 C and E show the actual measurement speed here, and also we use the identical drag coefficient of the KU fish, CD equal to 0.04, and the measure thrust of the KU fish 2, T2, and the predicted swimming speed of the KU fish 2 is predicted to be about 3.2 meters per second using the 1D equation. That means this speed is significantly larger than 1 meter per second case, the measurement. This means the CD of the KFIS2 model is expected to be larger than the 0.04. To simplify the CD by using the ratio of the thrust and the drag, we can calculate the CD2 for the current KFIS2 model. So T1 and V1 mean the measure thrust and the velocity for the KFIS model. So the T1 equal to 1.08 Newton and V1 is 1.35 meter per second. So the CD is about the CD of the KFIS2 model can be calculated when the swimming speed is constant. So let the two equations equal. And the CD is about 7.4 times larger than the CD of the KFIS. And again, using the 1D equation, we can calculate the converse speed of the KU-fit model is about 1.2 meters per second. So which is about 20% larger than the measure speed of the KU-fit. And now we move to the discussion. So initially we assume that the current KU-fit2 can swim at the swimming speed larger than 3 meters per second. However, we can, based on the measured morphological parameter of KU-fit2, we have we redefine the possible maximum swimming speed by the three parameter, including the residual frequency, stroke hole number, and fruit number. So W mean the wake width, the measure wake width, and the total body length L, and F stand for the measure tapeting frequency. So with a set of the parameter, the corresponding swimming speed is about 1.4 meter per second. This is almost identical to the speed of KU fish. So the reduced frequency equal to 10 means most of the fish robot can approach in this value. And to increase the swimming speed, a different set of three parameters is considered. So the frequency needs to increase to 8.5 hertz. And the predicted maximum swimming speed is about 1.85 meter per second. And then this shows that we need to increase the swimming speed to increase the maximum increase the tapeting frequency to reach the maximum speed up to 1.85 meter per second. So this is a conclusion. And the measure cycle average hertz, so only 5% different compared with the one predicted using the edit mesh method. The swimming speed of the robot with the enlarged nose and rear fin is about 27% faster than the case equipped with the smaller fin. Although the measured thrust of the KU fish 2 is 6.4 times larger than the 1.08 Newton of KU fish, its measure swimming speed is 26% slower than the KU fish. So it is mainly due to the larger drag coefficient for the current KU fish 2. So in addition, so using the value of the three parameters, so we can estimate that when the tapeting frequency increase up to 8.5 hertz, so the feasible speed can be 1.85 meter per second. So therefore, we need to reduce the yawing angle for lower drag and increase the tapeting frequency for reaching the possible swimming speed of KU fish. And so after the paper submission, so we have some modification for the design, and also the design for the target speed of 1.85 meter per second. And we repeat the design method, the design approach. And the gear ratio now is 18, the frequency about 10 hertz. And the caudal fin area now is 2 times larger than the original area of KU fish. And the tapeting amplitude reduced to 40 degrees from 60 degrees. So the left, the video one, show the current case reported in the second paper. And after that, we apply the new modification, and the maximum speed we can reach up to now is 1.47 meter per second. So which is about 9% increase in the swimming speed compared to the 1.35 meter per second speed of the original KU fish. And yeah, and that's the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. Now, is there any question from the audience? Is there any question? So maybe one for. Okay. Can you explain a bit about how you design the shape of the body and fin? Did you also do like numerical analysis before you go into that kind, before you do the experimental or make the physical model?
Actually, we do the simulation for the previous model, the KU fish, and in this research, so we first try to keep the similar area and similar body shape, but during the swimming test, I see that the CD drag is somehow very high. So currently, I am doing the simulation already, and the current with the longer nose fin area, so we can see that the drag coefficient is similar with the previous model, about slightly larger, 0.06. Actually, it's not the optimal design up to now, so we will think about the next plan, because we need to make it double the size of the robots. So we need, we think about that.
So the model with bigger fin and bigger nose is a bit different with the one that you previously designed or analyzed numerically, something like that.
Yeah. So we want to see that the effect of the larger
Oh, okay.
fin. Yeah.
I think if you can compare the result that you obtain for exactly the same design, you compare the result from the numerical analysis and also the experimental result, that will be interesting and also give us more insight about parameters that affect the performance of the flapping, not the flapping, the swimming motion of this body, right? Because I think it's very interesting, and I can see that there are so many parameters that can affect the performance of this swimming robot, right? Thank you very much. Any other question maybe before we can close this session? No, so that means we can close the first session. Thank you for the presenter, and then for the last presenter, which is review of advanced biofuel production process innovation in conversion efficiency and cost reduction, that will be presented by Ms. Fitria. It will be delivered by online, and because of some technical limitation, it will be only one directional presentation, so there will be no question and answer session. So operator, you can start the online presentation from Ms. Fitria.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Can I start now?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for attending my presentation. My talk is quite different from others before me. I will talk on the review of advanced biofuel production processes, innovations in conversion efficiency and cost reduction. Okay, so my name is Vidya. I'm a researcher in a bioproduct science engineering laboratory, Washington State University, Richland, Washington. Okay, so why? Well, what are advanced biofuels and why are they important? So advanced biofuels are renewable fuels that emit at least 50% less greenhouse gas than a fossil fuel, which utilize non-food sources as their feedstock. So land use change is a significant source of greenhouse gas emissions. I'm sorry, can you hear the feedback? No? Okay. hence bioenergy production that uses feedstocks that do not compete with food or land will reduce greenhouse gas emission. So biofuel production consumption enable the CO2 life cycle. So the liquid biofuel combusted to power vehicle will release carbon dioxide. This carbon dioxide will be absorbed by the biomass during the growth that will be used during the plant growth. And this plant will be processed to produce the liquid biofuel, which later on used to power the vehicle. So the cycle continues. Okay, so the reducing of greenhouse gas emission was agreed by many countries with the ratification of Paris Agreement on climate change from 2016. So this agreement main goal is to strengthen the global response to climate change by limiting the rise in global temperatures to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, and ideally to 1.5 degrees Celsius. To meet this goal, the agreement emphasized the need to reach the net zero emission, which is when the amount of greenhouse gas emission entering the atmosphere is balanced by the amount. So the agreement suggests that developed nations to reach net zero emissions by 2050 or earlier, while developing nations may reach it in the 2050s or 2060s. So there are two types of biofuels. The first one is conventional biofuels, and the second one is advanced biofuels. So these two types of biofuels differ on the type of the feedstock used. So the first one, the conventional biofuels, also called first generation biofuels. So the feedstock use oilseed crops, grains, sugar crops, and the key raw material is fats and oils, starches and sugars. So it's like cassava, corn, so the grain, and the conversion process used could be in a chemical or biochemical processes. And the bioproduct could be a biodiesel, bioethanol, or biobutanol. However, this first generation biofuels has a very a very important issue due to the competition of food and fuel. So that we don't want to causing the increase of food price. So that's why we need to find a different feedstocks to produce biofuel. But here, that's why we come to the next generation biofuels, the advanced biofuels. So there up to now there are second, third, and fourth generation biofuels before by the biomass of feedstock used to produce. So for this advanced biofuels, they mostly use agricultural residues, trees and grasses, municipal solid waste, algae, and genetically modified microorganisms. So the key raw material are cellulose, hemicellulose and lignin for lignocellulosic biomass, and the triglycerides, fatty acids, lipids, and proteins for the algae and genetically modified microorganisms. For the conversion process, it could be a biochemical and thermochemical, pyrolysis classification, and the extraction and purification. The types of bioproducts for this advanced biofuels could be bioethanol, methane, gas, biogas, biooil, charcoal, seed gas, and biodiesel. So, however, there are challenges in the production of these advanced biofuels, such as feedstock availability and variability. So, for example, since they use mostly waste and residue biomass, the post-harvest condition together the feedstock uh, heavily affects the quality of the feedstock due to the variability of moisture contents, for example, or the ash contents, which will negatively affect the conversion process. It might cause process variation in product quality and quantity, and might cause wear and tear on the process equipment. So government policies might not legally support this industry, such as no subsidies or tax incentives, that make it harder to earn profit from this industry due to high production costs, which lead to high price of final products. Therefore, research and development are needed to produce advanced biofuel with an effective and efficient conversion process and economically profitable. So this is an example of on the technological challenge faced by the production of advanced biofuels. So, the feedstock used, one example is a liquid biomass. They consist of three main components: hemicellulose, lignin, and cellulose. So these three components actually link in the matrix in the biomass, which make it harder to extract certain components for a biofuel. Therefore, we need pretreatment to separate or loosen the linkages so that we can separate or this cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin, and then the cellulose that we can get out of this can be hydrolyzed by enzyme or chemically hydrolyzed to produce glucose, which eventually will be fermented to produce bioethanol. For lignin itself, can also be converted to advanced biofuels using a thermochemical process such as pyrolysis to produce jet fuel range hydrocarbons. So sustainable aviation fuel SAF is also included as one of the advanced biofuels. So this alternative fuel is made from non-petroleum feedstock that reduces emissions from air transportation. It can be renewable feedstock such as the food and yard waste portion of municipal solid waste, or woody biomass, fats, greases, oils, and other feedstocks. So airlines have committed to carbon neutral growth in international commercial aviation beginning in 2021. And US airlines have set a goal to reduce carbon dioxide emissions by 50% in 2050 uh, compared to the 2005 level. So there are five main chemical components we have, which is N-alkanes, isoalkanes, aromatic, and psychoalkanes. So these four components differ on the ideal percentage proportion in the SAF. So we can see the table, so the basic probability and alkanes is the highest receivable, we can see 6%. And the isoalkanes is the highest receivable, so it's 7%, followed by N-alkanes and the monocyclic alkanes, bicyclic alkanes, and aromatics. So the production challenge is on how to get a process that can selectively produce fuel with this profile, which is why catalyst development is really needed. So this, however, SAF has been produced in the world, as can be seen in this map. In the North America, South America, Europe, Asia, and China, and Singapore. So for SAF to be approved to use an airplane, so there are steps that need to be done. So here we can see that there are a lot of steps that need to be conducted, and the approximate cost in US dollars that the producer needs to spend to be able to get the approval. So we can see that it can be reach it can reach millions of dollars to get approval. So it's very high cost industry. So in the US itself, the DOE, the US Department of Energy, has set a goal to enabling production of 3 billion gallons of SAF annually by 2030 and 35 million gallons annually by 2050, enough to meet 100% of the projected US aviation fuel demand. It also aligns with the DOE Clean Fuel and Production, focusing on the decarbonizing the fuel and chemical industry through alternative sources of carbon to advance cost-effective technologies with a minimum of 85% lower greenhouse gas emission by 2035. So on the other hand, the International Air Transport Association, IATA, also set a strategy toward net zero carbon dioxide emission by 2050 by a combination of maximum elimination of emission at the source, offsetting carbon capture technology, with a SAF contribute to 65% emission elimination. So here we can see that how the advanced biofuels is very important for to be uh, to be conducted, to be researched because of the demand to reach the target net zero CO2 emissions. So to achieve a conversion efficiency, it is required to produce biomass for biofuels and bioproducts, minimal to positive impact to on the environment, and also in the state of improved plant biomass. It is important to develop crops with cell walls optimized for the construction and conversion to biofuels and bioproducts. And in the construction and separation, it is important to improve the enzymes and microbes that can break down the biomass into sugars and lignin. And for the conversion process, it is important to engineer the metabolic pathways and microbes to produce biofuels and bioproducts. So here's overall to achieve cost reduction or improving economic viability strategies. So it can be done by reducing physical costs, process optimization, so process innovation, such as enzyme and microbial engineering, advanced fermentation techniques, novel catalysts, and then integrated biorefinery concepts. So here, how to utilize the resource, such as utilizing existing infrastructure, co-product generation, and revenue maximization by creating high-value products. So here is some examples of commercialization of the biofuel. So this company, air company, so they convert CO2 into chemicals and fuels. Since so they produce SAF, sustainable aviation fuel. Since the product price of SAF is still now is not commercially benefiting, so they also produce consumer products such as perfume, spirits, alcohol, cleaning products. So that's how they navigate the challenges that they face on the making on the advanced biofuel. But the main focus for the future is the sustainable aviation fuel. So they project the impact will avoid 10.8% of global CO2 emissions, with equivalent of more than 4.6 million tons of CO2 annually. And the other company, Sky Energy, so Project Vision is here in Washington State. So they are planning to produce 50 million gallons of SAF per year. So using renewable natural gas in the form of biomethane. So they are planning to use methane that has been the natural gas that already been distributed using in pipelines. So that's the idea is to make the industry that can integrate, use resources, available resources, so that the cost can be decreased. And then other example is the DSN, Project Liberty. So they use cellulosic biomass to produce ethanol. So the feedstock they use is corn stover. So here, they work with the Department of Energy. Yeah, so they have impact that has been projected, such as for example, how much the jobs that can create in the plant, so and also how much annual output they can get from the fermentation process. So they use about 285,000 dry tons of corn stover from the farmer, they collect it, and then they bring it to the pre-treatment and processing to get the cellulose uh, depolymerized the construct from the biomass, and then this is fermented and distilled to produce a biocellulosic ethanol. And the annual output is projected to be 20 to 25 million gallons. So overall, for the recommendation for the advanced biofuel production, uh, R&D is needed to improve process efficiency and reduce costs and emerging technologies, and policy and regulatory support is very needed. So such as a supportive policy to minimize risk, and then market development for biofuels and co-products, building robust supply chain, and fostering partnership across the value chains, so academia, industry, and government. And thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So that's conclude the last presentation in this session. So that means that's the end of the session in this room. So I would like to thank all the audience for the participation and also all the speakers for the interesting presentation. So now we can stop here and have lunch break. Thank you very much.
Semua persoalan waktu kita sejenak untuk membereskan pikiran dan biarkan terbang tinggi sampai melayang jauh menembus awan. Sementara tinggalkan aturan yang kadang terlalu mengikat dan tak beralasan. Memang benar di mana kita perlu cooling down dan melonggarkan pakaian. Lepas, ku tinggalkan saja semua beban di hatiku. Melayang jauh, melayang dan melayang. Lepas, ku tinggalkan saja semua beban di hatiku. Melayang jauh, melayang dan melayang.
Anak kecil yang berlari berpanjang bebas, keluarkan suara-suara canda tawa dan senyum puas. Berteman siraman hujan di lapang yang luas, tak gentar gelegar petir yang mengaum buas. Yang penting semua senang sejak kehadiranmu, bumi terkekerian. Darahku berdentam, didi-didi-dom, didi-dom, jaga-jaga-jaga, didi-dom, didi-dom.
Lepas, ku tinggalkan saja semua beban di hatiku. Melayang jauh, melayang dan melayang. Lepas, ku tinggalkan saja semua beban di hatiku. Melayang jauh, melayang dan melayang.
love, don't fight. Let's cook tonight. Let's cook tonight.
Turn up this mother and let it play. I know you like my bumper. Don't be ashamed. Don't even wonder. It's just a game. We're rocking body to body. Let's go insane. I hit the spotlight all night, ready to go. Give you a hot night, so tight, ready to blow. I'm in the spotlight all night, ready to go. Give you a hot night, so tight, ready to blow. We can do anything we want, live it up. So live it up, go. And we ain't stopping till we're done, live it up. So live it up, go, 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 go.
Make love, don't fight. Let's cook tonight. Let's cook tonight.
You name it, she's done it. She's the reason that women run it. Bet this on a Grammy. Maybe now you understand me. Clap your hands, don't clap your hands, don't clap your hands to the beat. Clap your hands, don't clap your hands, don't clap your hands to the beat. Clap your hands, don't clap your hands, don't clap your hands to the beat.
We can do anything we want, live it up. So live it up, go. And we ain't stopping till we're done, live it up. So live it up, go, 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 go.
Let's cook tonight. Let's cook tonight.
You like perfection, some kind of holiday. You got me thinking that we can run away. You wanna take you there, you tell me when and where. Oh, 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 oh. But then I asked for your number, said you don't have a phone. It's getting late now, I gotta let you know that everybody wants to take you home tonight. But I'm gonna find a way to make you mine. Don't stop doing what you're doing. Every time you move to the beat, it gets harder for me, and you know it, know it, know it. Don't stop, 'cause you know that I like it. Every time you walk in the room, you got all eyes on you, and you know it, know it, know it. You coming close now, swear I can taste it. You got me tongue-tied, I can't escape it. I'm loving what you got, but then you push me off. Oh, 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 oh. And everybody wants to take you home tonight, but I'm gonna find a way to make you mine. Don't stop doing what you're doing. Every time you move to the beat, it gets harder for me, and you know it, know it, know it. And don't stop, 'cause you know that I like it. Every time you walk in the room, you got all eyes on you, and you know it, know it, know it. Every day it's the same, all the games that you play. Back and forth, round and round, kinda like it this way. Don't stop doing what you're doing, 'cause every time you move to the beat, it gets harder for me, and you know it, know it, know it. Don't stop, 'cause you know that I like it. Every time you walk in the room, you got all eyes on you, and you know it, know it, know it, know it. Don't stop what you're doing, 'cause you know it, you know it. Every time you move to the beat, it gets life like this that I never ever
It's you more. If there's a reason why this happened for,
Lonely overseas, lonely memories. Wish I had with you
to your heart.
People come and go, baby, they don't know what we had before.
We'll be happy for us. Roller coaster, roller coaster. Spinning all around and around for a while, baby. Roller coaster, roller coaster. For a minute we were up and the next we're falling down. Roller coaster, roller coaster. Forever young, we couldn't all I wanna do when I wake up in the morning is see you rise. Rosanna, Rosanna. Never knew that a girl like you could ever care for me. Rosanna. All I wanna do in the middle of the evening is hold her tight. Rosanna, Rosanna. I didn't know what looking for more that I could ever be. Since you went away, Rosanna, now she's gone, and I have to say. Meet you all the way. Meet you all the way. Rosanna, yeah. Meet you all the way. Meet you all the way. Rosanna, yeah. I can see your face here, trying to do the window on the other side. Rosanna, Rosanna, I didn't know that a girl like you could make me feel so sad. Rosanna, all I wanna tell you, no, you never ever have me compromise. Rosanna, Rosanna, I never thought that losing you could ever hurt so bad. Since you went away, Rosanna, now she's gone, and I have to say. Meet you all the way. Meet you all the way. Rosanna, yeah. Meet you all the way. Meet you all the way. Rosanna,
Tiada badai, tiada topan kau temui. Ikan dan udang menghampiri dirimu. Bukan lautan, hanya kolam susu. Kail dan jala cukup menghidupimu. Tiada badai, tiada topan kau temui. Ikan dan udang menghampiri dirimu. Orang bilang tanah kita tanah surga. Tongkat kayu dan batu jadi tanaman. Orang bilang tanah kita tanah surga. Tongkat kayu dan batu jadi tanaman. Bukan lautan, hanya kolam susu. Kail dan jala cukup menghidupimu. Tiada badai, tiada topan kau temui. Ikan dan udang menghampiri dirimu. Bukan lautan, hanya kolam susu. Kail dan jala cukup menghidupimu. Tiada badai, tiada topan kau temui. Ikan dan udang menghampiri dirimu. Orang bilang tanah kita tanah surga. Tongkat kayu dan batu jadi tanaman. Orang bilang tanah kita tanah surga. Tongkat kayu dan batu jadi tanaman. Nusantara, negeri yang indah dan permai. Sekeping surga di khatulistiwa. Untayan Ratna Mutu Manikam. Orang bilang tanah kita tanah surga. Tongkat kayu dan batu jadi tanaman. Orang bilang tanah kita tanah surga. Tongkat kayu dan batu jadi tanaman. Orang bilang tanah kita tanah surga. Tongkat kayu dan batu jadi tanaman. Orang bilang tanah kita tanah surga. Tongkat kayu dan batu jadi tanaman. Nusantara, negeri yang indah, Atlantis yang hilang.
Andai aku bisa menjadi seperti yang kau minta, ku jadi Jupiter, kala cinta memudar. Tak peduli jika surga dan neraka tak pernah ada, yang penting kau ada, meski tanpa pernah asmara. Mengapa sabda alam berjuasakan kisah kita?
Oppan Gangnam Style. she studies hard in her room. At least that's what her parents assume. But she sneaks out the window to meet with her boyfriend. Here's what she told me the time that I caught him. She said to me, forget what you thought, 'cause good girls are bad girls that haven't been caught. So just turn around and forget what you saw, 'cause good girls are bad girls that haven't been caught. She's a good girl, a straight A student. She's really into all that self-improvement. She lives in that library. But if you ask her, she'll say, that's real time. But if you look, then you will find it. I cut loose, footloose, kick off your Sunday shoes. Please, Louise, pull me off of my knees.
Cek, satu, cek, cek. Selamat siang, cek, satu, satu. Cek, 4. Satu, cek, cek. Selamat siang. Cek, satu. Selamat siang, cek, satu, satu. Cek. Enam. Satu, cek, selamat siang. Cik, cik, selamat siang. Cik, satu.
Berteman siraman hujan di lapang yang luas, tak gentar gelegar petir yang mengaum buas. Yang penting semua senang sejak kehadiranmu. Bumi terkekerian, darahku berdentang. Didi-didi-dong, didi-dong, jaga-jaga-dong, didi-dong, didi-dong.
Ku tinggalkan saja semua beban di hatiku. Melayang ku melayang jauh, melayang dan melayang. Ku tinggalkan saja semua beban di hatiku. Melayang ku melayang jauh, melayang dan melayang.
love, don't fight. Let's hook tonight.